Hello farmers and welcome to Pichonniere Valley on Farming Simulator 25. A good Monday to you all. Hello Crystal, Calvin, Wayne, John, and Bob. Welcome. Pichonniere Valley, I do believe it is a French map, which is kind of fitting for what we're going to be doing here because in the long run, we're going to be making mayonnaise. At least that's going to be our goal here. So as you can see, we're up at the store and I got everything that I own with me, which is absolutely nothing. We have nothing. We have no money, no equipment, no land. We got a lot of rules that we kind of got to obey on this series. No tractors over 200 horsepower. I'm starting off with no combines over 250. I think 250 is what we'll be going for. We can do contracts. We cannot lease equipment or borrow equipment. So when I do a contract, it's got to be my own equipment. So that's going to be a fun little start because we have no money. So how are we going to earn some money? Well, it's not as difficult as it seems. I did a little bit of a prepping work here on the map so we can find a way to make some cash. This is looking like some lovely equipment up here at the store. But oddly enough, I won't be able to have any of this stuff because obviously that tractor there over 200 horsepower. These combines are probably over 250. But yeah, we'll be getting to it. My goal for today, by the end of the stream, hopefully we'll have our first piece of land because we got to get Sam here. We can't have Sam here until we have some land. A little bit of a tent to sleep in, and we should have our first tractor not too long into the stream, I hope. Hello, Farmer Grote. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. So, you may be asking, well, if we have no money and we can't borrow or lease equipment to do contracts, where are we going to get some money? Well, I did some wonderful prep work. Actually, I don't think I've activated flight mode yet, so we'll do that. So what I did was, boy, I got to get my bearings here on the map. So what I did was, what we're going to do, or what I did do, first off, let me find, where am I going to be at? Oh, here's the sawmill. The sawmill's right here. So what I did was, oh yeah, and by the way, no super strength if I can help myself. And also, let's see, what's the other restriction I got? No super strength. Oh, autoloaders. Going to try not to use autoloaders either. So what I did was this little patch of forest area here. What I set up, right now I think I got about 10 or 12 of them up here. What I did was I just came into the spawn area, or easy developer tools. Scotch pine, 1 meter log. Just add a log, and the log drops down. It's in the forest. That's all I know. We'll come over here, we'll place another one. Just like that. So now what we got to do is we're going to come over here to where Noah is. Noah is at the sawmill. There we go. Noah's the one that kind of told us that it used to be an old logging area up here. And we might find some logs. So now we got to go up and find logs, pick them up, come on down here, and sell some logs until we get enough cash to where I can afford a fishing pole. And once we get ourselves a fishing pole, well, then we will be able to get do some fishing. Why am I hearing a sound like something was unloading? I hear the sawmill, but whatever, whatever. On Shamburgo, can't you adjust the carrot trailer to max capacity? Not sure what you're referring to there, Bob. On Shamburgo, that trailer is at max capacity. So, let's head up into the woods and see if we can find ourselves a couple of logs here. Again, that's how we place the logs in. I was just up in the air, dropped them, so that way I wouldn't know exactly where they are. But I do know they're up in the woods here. I hope they just didn't, like, fall through the map. Because that would be kind of a bad thing, because I wouldn't be prepped for that. So, right now, there's about 12 logs up here somewhere in the woods. Hopefully, this is not going to be too difficult. Oh, there's one. I see one. Now, super strength is turned off. It's 142 kilograms. I think base game we can pick up things up to 200 kilograms. So, yeah, 142 kilograms we should be able to pick up. Now, the one thing I did not check, I found another one. Whoops. It's how much am I going to get for these? That's the thing. That's why I put down about 12. So I figured if I get just like $10 a piece, I may have to find all 12. If it's not enough, then we'll have to place some more down and go looking for them. Wait, where's the sawmill? Sawmill is over here. Okay, so how much are we going to get for a log? I'm guessing I'll get like, I'm going to say $40 per log. So I may have to get, how much is a fishing pole? 150? I think a fishing pole is 150 bucks, right? 150. So I may have to find 4 of these. Am I guessing right? Ooh, $105 for what? I'm only going to find one more. What sucks is this map needs an update that will needs an update for new save. Why does the map need an update? That'd be my question, because if it does need an update, it's going to kind of suck. Depending on how far I get. Where was that other log? All the trees look the same now. All the trees look the same. I did find another log, but I don't know where. What? Here's one. All right, so this should be able to grab us enough. Oh, come on. Can we grab that? There we go. This should be enough to buy us ourselves a fishing pole. I mean, we are taking logs off someone's property, but they're just going to sit up there and rot anyways. There we go. I have $210. A whopping $210. So we can see our farm is now worth, hang on a second, wait for it, $210. All right, so now we can buy ourselves a fishing pole. Now we have a means to earn a little bit more cash by fishing. I mean, if I want to go up and get more logs, we can. But let's go ahead and find ourselves a nice little fishing hole. If I go to the map, where is... Oh, there's a little bit of a pond over here to the right. Alright, so there's a pond over here. Although I hear water. Sounds like I hear water everywhere. Right in front of us through these woods here somewhere. There should be a pond. Oops, someone's house is here. Well, I hope they don't mind me. Whoops, let's not get into the. Let's not scare all the fish away. Can I fish in here? Oh, it does say wait, so we'll try to catch a couple fish. So the next thing I want to do is earn up to $1,000 to get ourselves a chainsaw, and that will get us to be able to do some contracts like removing some deadwood. Root crop harvester is what I mean. Saves you going back to it. Oh, I don't. Well, I wasn't paying attention. I don't want to on Shamburgo. I didn't want to get the capacity on the harvester that holds like 200,000. I'm trying to keep it somewhat where it should be, like realistic on that side of it. You have no idea, but you keep seeing that require new save game. Well, hopefully it does not require a new save game. I don't know what issues are with the map. I know the map's been out for like 3 weeks or so. All right, there's a trout. We're going to sell it, of course, for $100. So once we can afford ourselves a chainsaw from the store, we can do the deadwood contracts. I'm not going to cut the deadwood up into small pieces, sell at the store. Because deadwood trees, if I remember correctly, obviously a deadwood, they don't have a lot of wood in them. So you don't get a whole lot of money for selling them. A massive trout. Sell it for 400. I think that's the biggest fish I've ever caught. I mean, I haven't done a lot of fishing with a fishing pole on Kingley, but I think the most expensive fish I caught was 400. Hang on a second. I am on a hard economy, right? I did set that up correctly. Wait, game settings. Where are we at here? Game settings. Oh, economy difficulty. Oops, that needs to be on hard. Okay. How is it not on hard economy? I don't know. All right, so we got a little bit of that. I mean, that's a big trout. So we got lucky with a big trout. I mean, if the update comes out soon for this map, it's not going to be too difficult for me to, you know, start a new save and get everything set up. Because I'm not going to have a whole lot going on for at least a couple of streams anyways. So, I mean, if the update comes out somewhat soon-ish, I can probably convert everything over. Well, try again. Well, that kind of evens out the playing field of catching a big trout and now doing that. Hello, Branding. Welcome. And Slick, hello as well. So, I mean, already we got the ball rolling. It wasn't too difficult to go. I know when I was mentioning start with nothing, can't do contracts, whatever, until we do this or that. And the only way to make money is sell some logs, I guess, and that's what we did. Alright, so depending on how it goes, we got to catch at least about 4 more fish before we can get ourselves a chainsaw. And hopefully there's like a Deadwood contract out there that we can do. So yeah, Deadwood contracts, what we got to do with the chainsaws is go around and cut down some dead trees. And then, of course, after we start doing those kind of contracts, we'll be looking at buying our first tractor. When I buy the chainsaw, I'll show you what our first tractor will look like and how much money we're going to need. Well, I've seen stranger fish. So a mounted trophy. Okay. Don't know if there's any hot spots for fishing on this map. I didn't go around checking it. I just made sure I could fish. They also advise you can do a backup, but they recommend a new save. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe the new update to the map won't come out for quite a while. I'll just cross that bridge when it gets there. But basically, when I was getting ready to start a series like this, the other map I was considering was... Oh, so that was $400 for that fish as well. I got enough money. The other map I was looking at was Riverbend, the Aftermath, because that would have been a good one to do. But I may get to that map further on down the road. Can I get out of these bushes? There we go. All right, so now we can go in and chainsaws. And, of course, we're going to get ourselves the steel chainsaw, because that's the only chainsaw you should get, in my opinion. So you can catch the fish and it sells it. Yeah, so there's two ways. Apparently, because I'm selling the fish because I want the cash. Apparently, if you keep releasing the fish, after you release so many fish, you get like a bonus after releasing so many fish, I think. So, oh yeah, so I was going to show you. So the first tractor we're going to aim for, because now we got ourselves not just a fishing pole, but now we got ourselves a chainsaw. Obviously small tractors, and we got this beautiful thing right here. This 710 John Deere for, let's see, how many horsepower is it? 50 horsepower, 7,500. Obviously, I'm probably going to want to put some front weights on it and whatnot. So, yeah, we got to get about $8,000 in our bank account now to afford our first tractor. So already, you know, we're doing pretty good for ourselves. Now, the big thing, is there any Deadwood contracts? And yes, there is one. So we're going to accept the contract. And we're actually going right over there. So let's go ahead and see if we can find these trees. Hello, TK. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. So I see a couple of trees. Whoops. A couple of trees here. So again, we're just cutting these down. I'm not going to go ahead and sell them because they're not worth a whole lot to sell. And again, since I can't use super strength, I'd have to cut them in very small pieces. And they're not worth a whole lot to begin with. So apparently I'm only cutting down 5 trees. Found 2 of them, so I'm looking up in the air for the dead ones. Is this a dead one here? Don't want to cut down the wrong tree, because then I'm in trouble. I'd be in big trouble if I cut down the wrong tree. Again, I think all the markings face south. This looks like a dead tree right here. It is. It's got a marker on it. Alright, so we got 2 more. Yeah, run around with a chainsaw. That's always a good idea. Where, oh, where are the last 2 dead trees? Oh, I see one with a marker on it. The penalty for cutting a wrong tree? It's been a while since I did it, and I don't want to test it out here. But I think it's like $1,000 for cutting down the wrong tree. And since the contract only pays like $800, I'd be in big trouble. Financially. Hello, Panther. Welcome. This looks like a tree that's ready to be cut. Let's get rid of the mini-map. Let's go ahead and collect on that contract for $750. Thank you very much. So, like, the only contract I can do right now is Deadwood. Of course, wood transport I can't do. And again, I can't borrow equipment for doing contracts. We got to use our own equipment for that. So, I do hear water. But that's water in a pathway. Isn't there a river around here? Oh, there is. Let's go ahead and fish off the bridge. I don't think there's... I have no idea what that says. Well, let's hope it doesn't say no fishing off bridge. What map are we on? This is Pichonniere Valley by Black Sheep Modding that came out like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So getting our first tractor is going to be a big step, of course. And then I think, well, I guess it all depends on what contracts are out there, what I'm going to go for first. You picked a fine time to leave me loose wheel. I'm sorry. But yeah, we just caught a tire. That doesn't help us out. Although I think when I was on Kingley, someone said if you catch enough junk, eventually you get paid for you're basically cleaning up the water system, so you get a bonus then. So yeah, for like the first hour here today, it's pretty much going to be cutting down dead trees, some fishing. I could go back up behind the sawmill, try to find some more trees. Some more logs that I placed. Because I did place about, like I said, about 10 to 12 of them. And I only had to sell 2. Another wheel. If I catch another wheel here, I'm going to change location. Maybe go back to that farmer's or that residential pond area. Hey, a mighty trout for 200 bucks. So again, we need about $8,000 here. So I may fish for a while, may go back up behind the sawmill for a little bit, see if I can grab a couple more logs. So if I did place 10 of them down, and I already collected 2 of them, let's just say I got 8 left. That's $800 worth of logs I got up there. Obviously, the Deadwood contracts are the way to go to earn us some good cash. So again, here in Pichonniere Valley, no tractors over 200 horsepower. At the beginning, I'm going to say no combines over 250 horsepower. Yeah, another tire. Oh wait, I just got $1,000. Oh, so must be okay. Clean up the waterways works pretty quick. What was I getting ready to say now? Yeah, so we can't take out no loans either. No loans on the map. Again, we can do contracts, but we got to do it with our own equipment. We can't lease or borrow items for ourselves or for the contracts. No super strength, no autoloader. But that's going to be subject to change depending on situations. But for the most part, not going to try to do that. I'm also going to try to limit myself on productions. I don't want to get too heavy on productions either. But seeing that, you know, in the long run, we're going to be doing mayonnaise. So the mayonnaise is going to be a production. I'm going to need to make oil. So we're going to have like an oil mill. So that's 2 productions. And probably a long ways down the line, I say long ways, we'll have to wait and see. Some cows. So we'll probably have a dairy production. So there's 3 productions right there. So probably 5 productions max is what I'm going to try to restrict myself to. Also, when it comes to like feeding the cows and TMR mixers, we're not going to have any productions for making TMR. We got to make it ourselves. Another fish for $200. Contracts. Just waiting for. So I think fertilizing contracts would be a good one to start with once we get our tractor, and then of course I have to earn some more money to get ourselves a spreader, but then I have to earn money to buy fertilizer. Boy, maybe mowing contract wouldn't be too bad to do either. Well, first things first, we got to get ourselves a tractor and then figure out what item to buy next. Wood transport contracts are hard. They're not too bad, even without auto-loading, even though I've used most of that quite often. I think last time I really did those kind of contracts was on Riverbend Springs when the game released. Well, we are catching a good amount of fish here. We are up to 2,600 bucks. So not too bad. Now you got that song stuck in your head? I do what I can. Gave you a nice little earworm there with a... I'm not even sure what the name of that song actually is. Didn't even name of the title of the song. I do believe there is a fish farm on this map, but I don't think I'll get involved with it because we kind of just did that on Kingley. $400 trout. Lovely. $3,000 down, 5 to go. Well, that's just for the tractor. Oh, the one thing I haven't checked when I was setting up this map is, I wonder what's for sale. Is this called Lucille? Another massive trout. I almost don't want to stop fishing. This is better. I was going to grab some logs, but I can, if I can catch fish for $400 a piece, that's great. So for sale items. Well, the only thing that would work for me, and this works wonderfully, but the price kind of is not good for us. Yeah, the horsepower is under 200, and it's 40,000. But obviously, that is going to be out of our price range, I do believe. All right, let's just keep on fishing. Also, I'm going to advance time. Well, not advance time, but the time scale to ×3. Because need some time to get on through some more contracts come up. Good old fishing. Beginning of the stream is Fishing Simulator. A mod did come out today in the mod hub. I wish I had some time to look at it before the series started today. There's a bucket. There's a hole in the bucket. But yeah, I think it was land price value changes by what economy you're on. I don't know if being on hard economy, if that means the land value is going to be a little bit cheaper because you're playing on hard economy. Or being on hard economy makes it harder, so the land value is going to be more expensive. So some mods did drop on the mod hub maybe about an hour ago, hour and a half ago, somewhere around there. Wow, this is, it may not be a hot spot for fish, but we're catching some big fish here. But hey, we started with nothing. We already got ourselves a chainsaw and a fishing pole, and we're up to almost $4,000. So, cannot complain about that at all. Again, I'm hoping by the end of today we'll have, of course, we will have our first tractor. And then once we get our tractor and some equipment going with it, we start doing some contracts, we get paid a lot better. I want to have our own land because we got to have a place to put our little bit of a, well, we're going to have a tent basically. And of course, we need to have a place so Sam's doghouse can be placed. And Sam has a place to roam around. So we'll probably look at the map and try to find like the cheapest plot of land there is. And go from there. Obviously, buying land that has harvestable crop is not going to help us out because, well, we don't have a harvester. So, it's just going to be like the smallest piece of land, just enough to put a tent down and a doghouse. Best fishing game out there is Fishing Planet. Is that the one I did videos on about a year ago? No, that might be Ultimate Fishing 2. I've done a nice little bucket. I have played Fishing Planet. I just can't remember if I made videos on that or not. But that would have been a while ago. I will say this, there's a lot of fish in this little stream. $400. Let me just look at the map for a little bit. And we will see. I mean, I kind of think I know where I want to start. And I think it was going to be... I think it's 37. That's for 26,000. So this is the map itself of Pichonniere Valley. But yeah, field number 37, I think, was the starting point for us to try to start off on the cheapest. I think this is the starting farm up here. But of course, we have nothing. So I think field number 37 for 26,000 is going to be our goal. Hey, Crystal does know that song. There's a hole in the bucket. So 26,000 seems like a long ways off, but again, we just got to get ourselves that John Deere tractor and then be able to afford a spreader for fertilizer, or maybe even a cultivator or a plow. What about field number 34? I don't even know where field 34 is. That's going to be a lot more expensive. That's going to be 65,000. We'll see how it goes. But we're already halfway there to our first tractor. But obviously, a tractor that only has, I shouldn't say only 50 horsepower, that's not too bad for a starting tractor. But that'll allow us to get into the fields. Well, I was thinking, like I said, going up and getting some more logs that I placed, but again, I don't know where the logs are, and I have to roam around that little bit of a forest and keep picking them up. I think I only got like 8 logs left. That's $800. I can fish faster than I can get those logs, I think. Where's those $400 fish? Yeah, there are fences on this map. I don't mind fences. I mean, Kingley had a lot of gates that we went through. And there were hedges, but I mean, I could drive through the hedges, but I tried not to. So obviously when the Highland DLC came out and I saw that there's fishing, I'm like, great, a new way to start with nothing and work your way up with money other than getting yourself a chainsaw and just trying to cut down some trees. Plus a fishing pole is a little bit cheaper at 150 compared to a chainsaw, which is 1,000. But obviously there's probably mods out there for chainsaws where they're cheaper. Any Deadwood contracts come up yet? Ooh, another Deadwood contract for 1,300. Accept contract. Thank you. Let's just teleport over to field number 21. Yeah, teleport over to 21. Ooh, there's a cornfield here. And I can see some dead trees right in front of me, I think. Are these fences glidable? To be honest with you, I have not driven around the map. I have not really looked at the map that much. So I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, I do believe there's also collectibles on the map. I'm going to try to avoid the collectibles at the beginning. That's a dead tree there, but let's make sure there's a marker on it. There is. So I really, like I said, I really haven't been around the map at all. Again, I was almost getting ready to pick Riverbend Springs, the Aftermath, as the map to do this on. But then a lot of people were suggesting this one. And I was like, well, you know what? It's a French map, and we're going to be making mayonnaise. How do you not play on this map? I'm not seeing any more dead trees around here. Oh, jump over the fence. Jump over the fence. Wait, all these three here? No problem. All right. Another contract in the books. Complete for 1,300. That gets us up to 6,200. All right. Bale wrapping, fertilizing. All right. Is there a body of water around us? Kind of right in front of us. There is a... Is this... Can I fish in this? Is this big enough? No. That's not one we can fish in. Let's go to another fishing hole somewhere else. Let's go to field number 4. Just teleport to here. And then there should be like a body of water in front of us somewhere. Hello, Miles. Welcome. So yeah, well, I think that was a Deutz tractor that was we got ourselves a trout for $100. Deutz Fire tractor that was for sale, but for 40,000. I mean, if I was doing a recorded series, I would say, oh, let me do some fishing and I'll bring it back. But since it's a live stream, I don't think you want to see me fish until I get $40,000. And actually, I think it'd be more fun starting off with a smaller tractor like the John Deere 710. And using that for a while before we start bumping up to bigger tractors. Of course, when I say bigger tractors, I'm using that in quotations a little bit. Oh, fish hotspot found. Oh, this is a hotspot. Since we can't have tractors over 200 horsepower, yeah, big tractors are kind of in quotations there, isn't it? Because, yeah, we're not going to be able to have huge tractors on our farm. So after we buy the 710, I'll start looking at how much the small equipment I could use on that tractor will cost us. And we'll see what kind of contracts are out there. The one thing I got to be careful of and try not to fall into the trap of is seeing contracts that pay quite a bit and take them because we're going to have small equipment. So if I do a big field, it could take me like an hour and a half to do a contract in it. So if I grab like a cultivator for like 3 meter wide and I take the biggest field here, that would take a while. I suppose I could hire a worker to do the contract while I kept on fishing so we earned money double, but... Look at that. We're getting rich. If only making money in real life was this easy. I mean, we're 50 minutes in, and I got $7 grand, a fishing pole and a chainsaw. No, I'm not going to be using the hand pushable tools on this series. Thing about that, because when you guys mentioned it, I did watch Daggerwin for a couple of episodes, and I was thinking, yeah, that's going to be something that would have to be like a recorded series. At least I would think. And then I think you would have to restrict yourself quite a bit because after a couple of harvests or whatever, or a harvest, I think you would be bumping yourself up to get bigger tractors right away. Hello, Nesco. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. So technically I have enough to buy the tractor, but I think there's a couple upgrades we're going to want. I think we're going to want some weights on the front. So we're going to wait until we have at least 8,000 in the bank account, which could be on this very next cast because we just need another $140. Yeah, if I was using the hand tools, I would already be doing it, but then again, I wouldn't have no way to... I mean, I could do contracts, I guess, but it would just take me forever to do contracts with hand pushable tools. All right, we got ourselves enough money now. Again, yeah, this tractor would be a nice one to have on the farm, but that would take me a while to get to. So small tractors, let's scroll on down. Hopefully we can get what we want. So what do we got for wheel setup? We got wide tires. I think wide tires for more traction for 150. Hopefully I can afford this. Safety frame. There's no OSHA in France, is there? So front weights. All right. If I do the front weights, that puts me at 8150. All right. So I need a little bit more cash. And a new paint job. The tractor looks very rusty. Well, that's the whole point. Buying a cheap tractor. It's going to be rusty. If I release the fish, you get a bigger bonus. Well, yeah, I would have to release so many fish, though, before I got the bonus. And right now, I just want the cash. I need the cash more up front. I don't want to be fishing here too long. I mean, I've been fishing now for almost about a half hour of the stream. Alright, let's dive back into here. Alright, so I do want the wider tires if I can get it. And front weights, I want the max weight. The rim color, I think I did save. Is it saved here? Yes, I did save it. Want the rim color to kind of match the seat if I can. So 8150, I got 8260. All right, we got our first tractor. We got a 50 horsepower 710 John Deere. If I want to in the future, I could go ahead and just fix up with no rust on it, but I think keeping the tractor like that is fitting for what we're doing here. So, with that being said, there's a couple things that we could look at. Obviously, hopefully it's active. This plow here, that requires 80 horsepower for a decent plow. So that's not going to work for us right away. We'll have to wait until we get a bigger tractor for that. Let's see. What's the next step would be? Fertilizer spreader. And I think it would be... I don't know what the difference is between these two spreaders, other than one's a lot more than the other one. But that would be 7,000. Does this seed and fertilizer? It does fertilizer and lime. So I need 7,500 for that. Cultivators. Wait, where's cultivators? Did I get myself a cultivator mod? I did. All right, so here's a cultivator for 2,700. And only requires 35 horsepower. So that would work on a John Deere. So cultivating contracts is something we can look forward to. So I just need another $2,700 to get ourselves a cultivator. I don't think I put down any weed sprayers. I did not. Weeders is something else we can look at. There is a weeder here for 6,500. So we could do some weeding contracts. Ooh, but that requires 60 horsepower. We got 50. So it looks like cultivating is what we'd be able to do. Oh, there's a Deadwood contract. See, there's fertilizing contracts, but there are no cultivating. Oh, mowers. Mowing. Can I do 50 horsepower? Are there any mowers? That's 60 horsepower. That's 100 horsepower. And that's 13,000 for the mower. And that's a front mower. So that would not work. That's like cultivating contracts is about the only thing I'm going to be able to do to begin with. All right, so let me go ahead and put the fishing pole away. Where is this contract that I'm doing? Oh, not too far from us at all. Field number 26. Jump over the stream. Oh, it's going to be hard finding these trees in here. Is this one of them? Yes, it is. So we're back down to 110 bucks, but we got ourselves a tractor now. How about that? So again, if you never did Deadwood contracts before, you got to cut the ones with markers down on them. Now the thing is, the markers always face south. So if you are looking north, you should be able to see them if you got a line of sight. You have a small field and harvesting spinach, good money. There's a root crop planters and harvesters. Yeah, I mean that hand tool mod pack looks really, really good. But I think it's got to be something for a content creator. I think it's got to be something, if you're going to do it, you got to really stick to it for quite a while and kind of restrain yourself from getting tractors and such. Make sure we cut down the trees that only need to be cut. Cutting down the wrong ones would suck. Oh, one right in front of me there. So look at that. Within the first hour, we got ourselves a tractor. And I just realized the contract is over. All right, and that one paid $1,200. Thank you, Noah. Noah's been a great help for us. So I'm going to keep my eye on cultivating contracts, because I think that's the one we're going to try to do first. But since it's only August, there may not be a whole bunch of them out there until harvesting really gets going. But the next one I would not mind doing is fertilizing contracts. But again, that is going to cost us... How much is this one? That one's $25. This one is $2,000, but only holds 300 liters. So if I went to do a contract, I'd be taking a lot of trips back and forth to the store. So that's $3,500, but that only holds 650. This can hold up to 1,200. I mean, it didn't take me that long to get 7,500 before. All right, Deadwood, no. All right, let's find ourselves another fishing hole. I think probably going back to the one that was just at. Oh, this is a an artisan. So this is the bakery. Got a nice little rock to stand on here. So I think I'll just keep on fishing and doing Deadwood contracts until either a cultivating contract comes up, or just keep fishing and doing Deadwood until we get enough money to buy a fertilizer spreader, because those contracts are there. Do I want to release that? So, how many fish do I have to release if you release small fish, you get bonuses bigger than what the fish is worth. All right, well, I'll start releasing some fish here. Maybe after 10 fish, we'll get a bigger bonus. We'll just keep like the $400 ones for now. Massive trout, thank you very much. Think about 10. Yeah, I think I caught 10 pieces of junk when I got my first bonus. I remember someone going on about it when it was on Kingley about a month ago. May have even been you. I don't remember. I've already done more fishing here than I did on Kingley. Well, I mean, if I keep catching $400 fish, I'm not returning those. So already we almost got enough for the cultivator. But again, I'm not going to buy the cultivator until there's a contract to do. All right, we'll release that fish. Only worth 100. Yeah, by the end of August, which I may have to slow down the time scale again. By the end of August, hopefully we got to be able to buy some land and put our tent down. And also, of course, we got to get Sam here as well. But really, once we get our first implements for our tractor and start doing some contracts, got more different things to do. And of course, doing contracts like that, obviously more money will be coming in. Then we'll kind of play it by ear once we have our first plot of land. And we got Sam and our tent put down. We'll just start earning money and trying to figure out where to go to next. I think we'll be doing a lot of contracts. Obviously, the first in-game year, buying land to harvest and plant and all that. It's probably going to have to wait until next spring before we get that far. $200, I'll release it. This seems really odd, but at the same time, seeing me fish without a ridiculous bank loan of $5 million. New Hope, yeah, on New Hope there is water. If you remember on New Hope where I had the chicken pen, there was a body of water, and there was also a body of water further up the stream. I don't know if it's fishable water or not. After this cast, I'll check on contracts. So now we should have enough money to buy a cultivator. So look for a cultivating contract and Deadwood contract. let's just see. What do we got here? Oh, there's another Deadwood contract. And it looks like it's in the same spot. Run right into a tree there. Whoops. I can't remember what the penalty is for cutting down a tree that you're not supposed to cut down. But I want to say it was like 1,000 or 1,500. Kind of walk backwards. Wait, are those trees cut? I think this tree is cut. Yeah, it's kind of stuck on that tree there. So kind of walking backwards, I'm looking for the markers. Tells you the penalty in the contract? Penalty per tree. Oh, it's $2,000. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. $2,000. See, once the contract's done, doesn't tell you, but yeah. $2,000 for cutting down the wrong tree. So yeah, fertilizing contracts are coming up. No cultivating contracts as of yet, but really, we're not that far off from being able to buy the fertilizer spreader, honestly. So let's go back and do some more fishing. But then, of course, I got to buy fertilizer. I just don't want to buy a small fertilizer spreader and be doing contracts on the other side of the map, and I got to keep traveling back and forth to the store to fill up. We'll release it. Hopefully we'll get a bonus here soon from releasing fish. But yeah, I don't want to be traveling back and forth from a field with a 350 liter capacity spreader, because that's not going to get us far on fields. I mean, even the spreader I'm getting doesn't hold a whole lot. I'm hoping that the 710 can handle the weight of the spreader. That's why I wanted to make sure I got the weights on front of the 710. So we need about $8,000 before I would buy the spreader. Well, actually, boy, buying fertilizer, gonna need more cash than that too. So maybe 10,000. There we go. Nice big fish. I got a bonus for 1,000 for 5 fish. I didn't see it come up, but take your word for it. See, I've been releasing $100 and $200 fish, so 5 fish for 1,000. Unless all fish were $200 at a release, then it would at most be even. So I guess it would pay off. So yeah, on the map itself, like I said, I think we're going to try to start with this field here to put our house, I say house, in quotations. It's going to be a tent. And then, of course, we got to be able to get Sam. So overall, we need like $30,000 for that. Sounds like a lot, I know. It's not another hotspot. It's the same hotspot. I was fishing on the other side of the shore previously, so it's the same hotspot. I'm starting to really itching to get on our tractor. Release that one as well. All right, contracts, we'll check. Bale wrapping, baling, fertilizing, so no Deadwood or cultivating contracts yet. Probably going to wait until top of the hour. Maybe every hour it refreshes the Deadwood contracts. I mean, I could get myself a small trailer and do wood transport contracts, but then again, I would have to cut the logs up. I don't know if I can cut the logs up or not. Can I? Is that a thing? So if I took on a wood transport job, because I can't use super strength, can I cut up those logs to pick them up by hand and put them in the back of a trailer? It'd be a lot of trips, though. You can't cut up those logs. Okay. I was thinking I could, but if they're static logs, that would kind of make sense that we can't. All right, so that kind of eliminates that. I kind of didn't really want to do it to begin with, though. So I'm glad we can't. It's a massive trout. Oh, another Deadwood contract. Yes, accept. I think I got to turn around. Let's just teleport to field number 21. Oops, can't be on that one. Let's not teleport to the cornfield. Let's teleport to a grass field. That's why if you damage the logs, there's a huge penalty. All right, I mean, that does make sense, because that's not really Deadwood. You're transporting logs that they probably want for a purpose, so if you cut them up, they might be upset about that. So that does make sense. Again, just making sure these trees have markers on them. You got a marker? You do. And yeah, I don't plan on doing any forestry on this. I shouldn't say forestry, because I am doing forestry now. But as for like sawmill work, Do not plan to do any sawmill work. Now, there was a mod I was interested in using on this map. I think it was M7 Studio. Was it M7 Studio came out with a constructible shed? But when I went to test it, it requires, I think the first step, it requires 10 cement bags. I wasn't going to buy it at a warehouse, but I don't think there is a warehouse on the map currently. So maybe if the map does get updated and they have a warehouse. I think, though, there's a modded warehouse you can put down if you wanted to. And I'm missing a tree somewhere. I think I see the tree now. Are you him? Are you he? Yep, there's a marker on it. All right, another contract in the books. And with this look. So fertilizing contracts are coming up, but there's no cultivating contracts yet. So it's basically because the 710 is only 50 horsepower. Fertilizing and cultivating contracts are going to be it for now. Is there another body of water that we can go to? I mean, we'll go to a different body of water just to see if there's another hot spot. Oh, actually, it looks like there's a... Is this a fishing dock? Oh, it's just a bridge. Actually, I think over here, this is the fishing or fish production right behind us. But we're gonna go ahead and fish here. So the spreader was like what, 7,000 and change, and fertilizer. Yeah, I think I needed like another grand or so for that. See if this is a hot spot. Yes, it is. So I wonder if it's the is it the map maker that has to make hot spots or what? Or does the base game or / Highland DLC pick out the hot spots? Again, we're just releasing the $100 and $200 fish because we do get a bonus after releasing so many fish. And I'm taking Nesco's word for it that the bonuses, which do appear once you release enough fish, the bonuses is worth more than what those fish are. The DLC determines where the hot spots are. It seems, I can't remember if I tested it when the DLC came out. I think I went to Riverbend Springs right away to see if we could fish on any map, and it seemed like it worked right away. We are getting there, guys. We are getting there. Yeah, because it would have been just too easy starting off a harder series by saying that we can do contracts and we can just borrow equipment, because we can just come around the map and just do contract after contract and have money right away. Not being able to do contract, I sold that fish by accident, but still $200, so we'll take it. But yeah, not being able to do contracts, let's use my own equipment, does make you have to work for it a little bit. And I don't mind. I like this fishing. As for the the fishing productions like I did in Kingley. It's all right. I think I only enjoyed it for the first time, and then that was it. After that, I mean, the money coming in was decent after a while. But I did not really enjoy moving all the production stuff around for the offshore fishing and all that. This I don't mind with the fishing pole. Although it can be, you know, I've been fishing quite a bit here, obviously, at the beginning here. I would like to break up the fishing a little bit more. But it's what I gotta do before we can get really going on the farming side of things. Alright. After this catch here, we'll double check on the contract, see if there's a cultivator contract out there or not. All right. Another Deadwood contract. And again, I think we're going to the same field. Yeah, the fishing production on this map is different. I do know that much. I did watch a little bit of, I went to watch Farmer Cop's preview of this map. So I got to see a little bit of it. I mean, there's been fishing productions in Farming Simulator going all the way back to FS17, I think is the first time I did a fishing production. Should be one more. Just making sure there's a marker on it. Because obviously, suffering a penalty doing this. Would not be good. Alright, so I do have $8,300. Let's go into the store. I'm going to check the sale page again just to be sure. No, not there. So fertilizer spreaders, we're going to get the cheap one to begin with. I'm not sure what the difference is. This one is heavier by 10 kilograms. So I don't know what the difference is. And the price too. Why is that one way more expensive? The working width is the same. Working speed is the same. Capacity is the same. I don't know. Additional reflectors, additional equipment. Oh, that's an extender. Well, we can do without the extender to begin with. Drive shaft cover. I don't think we need a lot of this stuff. All right, we're just going to get it as is for now. I can always... It only still holds 610, which is, you know, it's not great, but it's not bad. And now how much is fertilizer? Because I kind of forgot how much fertilizer is. A couple grand. All right, couple grand. Hello, Lindsay. Welcome. No, I do believe this map is available on all platforms. Black Sheep Modding is usually pretty good at making sure their mods are all on all platforms. A hoeing contract? I mean, I could try a hoe. I mean, eventually I will, but a hoe Hoes are expensive. Um, but yeah, this is the only hoe I have in game. That's 36,000 for that. Again, remember, I cannot borrow or lease equipment. I have to buy it. So it's 36,000. It requires 160 horsepower. Our tractor is 50. I can barely haul this weeder around. So one step at a time. All right, so I need a little bit more money to get ourselves some fertilizer. Okay, back to fishing. Back to fishing for a little bit. Let's get back over to here. Oop, missed a bridge. Where was that? Oh, you're going to walk alongside the pond, are you? Okay. Hello, Robert Baxley. Welcome. Happy New Year to you as well. All right, so we got a tractor. We got our first implement, which is a fertilizer spreader. Now I just need to earn some money to buy some fertilizer, and we can go and do some of our first farming. We'll fertilize some fields. I'm seeing some cheap ones out there, which is good because I probably want to do those first. Well, there is some cheap equipment. I did look at some mods that the 710 would be able to haul around, or even smaller tractors. Hey, you threw 20 fish back for 5,000. Nice. All right, so now let's go ahead and we're going to buy some fertilizer. Is there a better price here? 1924,000. Well, we'll just get ourselves a bag to start with. All right, and now we can do some fertilizing contracts. Another Deadwood contract. All right, that will stay there. We've done quite a bit of amount of those. Field 89. Let's start off with field 36. Let's start off with like a small one because I want to see. Again, I'm hoping that this tractor can handle the weight. Well, so far so good. All right, so far so good. I'm curious though, how much would it be? Not that I want to do it right now, but if I wanted to add the extender, it's $11.50 to add the extender. So that basically 12.10. So it doubles the size really of the capacity. But let's go ahead and get our first field contract done. And this is the first time I've driven around the map myself, so we might get lost. Now let me bring up the map itself. So we're in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, by the way. So if I go out to the right, that'll cut me across. Then I have to cut back. Alright, we'll go. It doesn't matter which way I really go, because it'd be good to see the map in general. Now, I should probably leave the mini-map up in the bottom left-hand corner for a while. Yeah, I don't know. Poor man's fishing. Hey, we're an hour and a half in. I got myself a tractor, a fertilizer spreader, a fishing pole, and chainsaw. So we're doing pretty good. I'm not sure if I'd be doing wheelies or not. It's still very responsive on the front. So I don't know. I guess all depends on how much I go through the fertilizer, if it's worth upgrading. If I don't go through that much, because I got to keep coming back to the store to refill. At least it's got a decent top speed to the 710 at 15 miles an hour. Again, I haven't driven around the map at all. I didn't really need to look at the map too much. Just knowing it was by Black Sheep Modding. There's some modders out there, once you just hear their name, it's like, okay, you know it's going to be a pretty good map or implement tractor or whatever. And I didn't want to learn too much about the map. So that's why Farmer Cop's 8-minute video was all I really needed to see. I was like, yep, this will work. A French map on a map where I want to make mayonnaise. I mean, come on. What more do you need? So with our 710 tractor that we got, looks like I'll be able to do fertilizing contracts. I can do cultivating contracts, but none have come up as of yet. I might be able to do weeding contracts, although that small weeder says 60 horsepower, and we're at 50. And I'm thinking I did not want to take this left-hand turn here. I needed to get down to the other road before I took a left-hand turn. Because we're at the sawmill, which that's where we started our day at. I could, I guess, just cut across the railroad tracks? Possibly, or is there a, oh, there's a fence there. Alright, well, I guess we're not cutting across there. That's the road I need right there, too. Well, fudge. Now that's where fences get me. Man, basically, I gotta drive all the way back. Alright. But there's a big section here where you just can't cross. Well, like I said, we get to see the map anyways. And it's better, I mean, you've been watching me fish and cut down trees for the first hour and a half. But now we get to have a look at the map a little bit. Is that going to be... Is that the grain mill? I have no idea. Does seem kind of weird because I got a rusty old tractor, but I got no hours on it. But we got to break the engine in somehow. Oh, it's a different locomotive on this map, too, which is nice. All Black Sheep Modding's maps have lever to remove fences. I don't want to remove the fences. I don't want to remove anything on the map yet. We'll be proud to cruise around on a 710. Well, in real life, yes. In game, right now, I don't mind either because I gotta understand the map and the roads. Bob, we're kind of like in the lower left-hand corner of the mini-map. Now we're working our way towards the center bottom. So we're in the bottom left-hand corner, mostly. I was going to say, is there traffic on the map? Because I don't think I've seen a car yet, but I think I see one coming around the corner now. On some maps, you don't have to own the field to remove the fences. Sometimes there's just a button. I know Alien Jim did it on like No Man's Land. If like removed a tree on No Man's Land, to remove all the trees on the map, or if you got the other tree, it removed all the rocks on the rocks on the map. You don't necessarily have to own the property to get rid of fences on some maps. Just trying to see, is that going to get me? All right, I think I'll drive around because there may be a fence around this field. And trying to go in the back way to a field, I probably will run into a fence. And actually, field number 37, which is right in front of us, I think that's the first field I'm going to buy. Not to harvest a crop or anything, but to put our tent and house for Sam. What, need to unfold it? Not sure what I'm unfolding. So now that we're kind of getting into actually some field and farming work, we are running precision farming, and everything is turned on, and yes, even stones are turned on. So weeds, everything. I usually play with everything turned on except for stones, but for this series here, we're also going to do stones. Oh, we got a floating tree here. So once we do get our own land, the other thing we'll be putting down is the Omatana seed hut, as I call it. So that way we can just buy fertilizer and everything from there in bulk. But that small field right in the other corner, that very small one, I think it's soybeans. Not that I care that there's soybeans there, but that will be the field I think we start off with. And again, it's not to harvest or farm the plot. It's to get our... I'm not going to say that's where our farmyard's going to go, but we just got to start off with the smallest plot. So by the time I need some place to sleep. Alright, so we should get this contract done with the fertilizer I have. So it's not too bad, but the question is going to be, because I do have the money to upgrade this to hold double the capacity. So if I take on bigger fertilizing contracts, I can do it in one go. Plot 56 is a good one. It better be cheap. Better be cheap, cheap. All right. Fertilizing contract complete for $2,000. Looking good. You said field 56. Well, that cost 52,000. This is only 26,000. So I mean, that's double the price. That is double the price. But anyways, we got our first fertilizing contract done. Let's see what's out there for contracts now. That one there. Where is field number 89? Because that does pay rather well. Let me just look at something here. How big is this field here? Field size is 1.32. So I'm just going to say 2.5 hectares is what I can cover. And this field here, 89. So that field size is 2.9, so I would not be able to do that with a full spreader. But either way, I need to go back to the store and re-top this off anyways. So do I want to... I think I'll get the extension on it, and if it can't hold it, then we'll just have to empty it, and then I'll just have to fill like halfway. Comes with 4 greenhouses and a house. Well, here's the other thing. I can't have greenhouses, or I can't use greenhouses here either. That's another restriction I got on myself. No greenhouses. Well, we're going to go back this way, back to the store. There is a post with 2 buttons for every fence to remove and restore, I think that means. But not all fences have it. Oh, I think I saw something about that. I think it's the barbed wire fences. Is that a glitch in field 55 or a water runoff? What are you talking about? Well, I'm sure all the fields, you can see the fields here. They're not all square, so I guess this is just a forest if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, so the question is, can this tractor handle more fertilizer? Hello, Farmer G. Welcome. Could take precision farming off auto and lower the fertilizer usage. But wouldn't that really depend on the type of soil that's there? But I see what you're saying. I've always debated that with myself when doing contracts or fertilizer with precision farming, if it would use more or less. Does this road get me up to the store? Yes, it does. So I am gonna get the extension on this fertilizer spreader, and we'll see if it can manage it. If not, like I said, we'll have to unload it and only fill it to where it'll be fine. But hey, I'm happy so far how this is starting out. We got a pretty good start, I think. Oh, pardon me. It's a red car. Go figure. Contracts fertilize use the same base game values with or without precision farming. Can I get to the store? No, I think that's actually the Cooper. All right, so now I just gotta find. Just gotta find where to upgrade. I'm gonna unload the fertilizer here just to be sure. Where, oh where? There's one. Oh, looks like maybe right here. All right, customize. All right. And customize for $1,100 or $1,150. Now, the other thing, because we haven't got that far yet, there are a lot of, there are different crop types that we got on the map as well. Modded modded crops. So there's spring wheat and barley. What else is different here? Hang on, we'll get to it here. Olives, popular, carrots, parsnip, peas, grass. So we also got mustard. We got maize silage. We got rye, triticale, spelt, vetch rye, green rye, cover crop. There's meadowgrass, alfalfa, clover, winter wheat, winter barley. So a whole bunch of new stuff there. I think spring wheat and winter wheat is just different planting times and harvest times for each individual one. Are we going to end up doing a wheelie? All right, well, I used all that. Let's get another bag, shall we? Well, the tractor is not doing a wheelie. I think the weight's on the front. Yeah, this is not even close to doing a wheelie. Weight's on the front, doing just fine. Is the game worth it, or should I wait for the premium edition a few years from now? Well, I, for one, never going to tell anyone if it's worth it, because everyone's value is different. All right, so fertilizing contracts. Let me just see any cultivating contracts. All right, let's go up to field 89 because that pays $4,300, and plus it'll allow us to see more parts on the map. So we'll accept that contract. And now I gotta see how to get there, because we're going way up here. So go back down here, but when I get to this road, we'll take a left, then a right. So left, right, and then a right. Almost as big as a tractor, it pretty much is. But it's working. So I'm not going to argue with it. But at least this will allow me to get more contracts done before I got to come back to the farm and buy more fertilizer. Some people asked that you should just get FS22 instead. So the differences between 22 and 25 is just trying to remember and make sure I get this right. So in 25, you're going to have ground deformation. So when you're driving in fields, your tires, depending on the weight and the tire size and all that, is going to deform the ground a bit. The lighting is different in 25 than it is in 22. Now it depends on what version you get of 22 compared to 25, but all of the season pass crops, so like the parsnips, carrots, and red beet, those are base game crops in 25. In 22 you need the year 2 pass or the year 1 pass. I forgot which one it was. There are more constructibles on the base game maps in 25 compared to 22. If that's something that you're interested in. But it's just one of those things, you know, it's hard for anyone to say if it's worth for you to get it, because what you see as value compared to someone else is going to be completely different. AI in quotation marks is better in 25, yes. But I mean, if FS22 is really cheap right now, another good question to ask you is, have you ever played Farming Simulator before? This isn't the road I want, is it? Oh, this is the road I want. Yeah, map is looking pretty good. I like it because it's not 100% flat. I don't really like those type of maps that are 100% flat. And it's not like a constant hills here and there. It's little knolls, little increases and decreases in land elevation here and there. Hello, Blue Streak. Welcome. Left-hand turn. Well, just stay on this road, really. I mean, are there problems in FS25? Yes. Hopefully Giants can fix some of the issues that we still have. I mean, FS22 had some problems still even. It's a nice detailed little house. Hello, anyone home? Wait, is the front door, is that supposed to be like a shower in the corner? The front door leads into the master bathroom? Not too sure I would like that kind of a house. Or maybe that's the kind of community that we're in this French countryside. Oh, so you played FS19, so you have it, you know the game. And then I guess it comes down to, if you know you're going to play a lot of hours, regardless if you do FS22 or 25. If you know you're going to play a lot of hours, I would say why not just get FS25, but again, that's my opinion. I don't try to push my opinion on other people. I can just tell you or show you what the game has to offer. Before I get lost up in this road, nope, just keep going straight. Just keep going straight, farmer. You're fine. Main thing is that you have fun. It is, but you also want to make sure you get your money's worth out of the game as well. And hooray, I have reached the field. Okay, it's been a while, but full fertilizer change working with. Change nitrogen reference value. So if I deactivate automatic, that should save me on fertilizer, I hope. So another thing I don't usually do, but I think I'm going to do it in this field here, is use steer assist. Only because it's going to be hard for me to see where I've been. But should I use steer assist? Because the 710 does not really have a GPS for it, does it? Alright, as long as I have the mini-map up, I'll be good to go. You'd be jumping from 19 to 25, so the difference would be great. Yes, it would. I thought you said small map for a small farm. I said I'm going to be running a small farm. Doesn't mean I can't go do contracts in other people's farmers' fields. And again, the map is looking probably bigger than it seems. I mean, still it's a base size map. It just seems that big because remember, I can only do 15 miles an hour in this tractor. I'm not in a JCB fast track where I'm doing 45 miles an hour. I would have got up here in a lot less time. My farm definitely got to keep small because, again, can't use any tractors over 200 horsepower and no harvesters at over 250. So getting big fields is not what you want to be doing. You should be able to still get FS17. I think you can go as far back as 15 on Steam. I think they finally took FS13 off of Steam about a year ago. Tell you what, this little spreader is not too bad. So now, unless a cultivating contract comes up, I'm saving up for that field so we can get ourselves our tent. And also we got to get Sam here as well. Oh, missing little pieces here and there. This is why they give you a leniency of only having to do 95% of the field. Again, I could use GPS, but since our 710 really doesn't have GPS on it. We'll just wing it. Says we're half done, but it doesn't look like on the field that we are. It does feel kind of weird because it's been a while since I've done contracts, right? Because right now the recorded series Shamburgo, I've been on that map now for a few months. I don't do contracts on that map. Well, no, I did contracts on Kingley. What am I talking about? I did contracts there. Never mind. Recently tried 17 Spectacle Island. Couldn't play it after FS22 and 25. I remember doing a video just before FS22 came out. I did a video on FS15. And it's amazing how far... If you go from like... If you've gone from each series like 15 to 17 to 22... The changes sometimes don't feel like they're drastic. But going back now, like I did from 22 to 15... And seeing the huge difference is like, wow, okay. I can imagine if I went back... I thought about doing a small series on FS15. But I think going back that far and being used to playing the way the game is now and trying to readjust to 15's standards, it'd be kind of hard. It'd be interesting. I think some people would have some interest to see how the game was. I kind of wish I had FS13. FS13 was the first series I did, but I think it was on my other Steam account, and I have no idea my login info on that other Steam account. So I have to buy the game again, but I don't think FS13 is available on Steam anymore. Not sure if I want to go that far back, though. All right, 95% done. Really? I mean, I did miss quite a few pieces here and there. I thought that last pass was going to do it. There we go. All right, $4,300 for that contract. So, Deadwood, Fertilizing, anything up near us, 19 and 38. How are the fields actually numbered here? Is it, where is field number 1? All right, so it's not like it works left to right, top to bottom. It's kind of randomized a little bit. So to just say, well, that field should be next to that one, that's not necessarily true. But let's go ahead. We're going to leave my tractor here just for a second. Let's go, because we've done some fertilizing contracts. Let's jump down to field number 4. Actually, let me turn my tractor off. Let's jump down to field number 4 here. Make sure there is a marker on that tree. Yes, there is. I can go all the way back to FS11 on Steam. I thought they took FS13 off of Steam. So I would assume FS11 would be gone, but... I never played FS11. I think that would be an awakening. I think the biggest shock would be how many or how little tractors there were in the base game back then. Oh, there's a marker on that tree. Hello, dead trees. Where are you? Oh, they're all on this side of the river, I bet. Again, gotta make sure there's markers on these trees or it's gonna be like a $2,000 fine for every tree that's not marked. I just got rid of a bush. I'm glad I didn't get fined for eliminating a bush. I think there's one more somewhere. Yep, crazy man with a chainsaw. Yes, there's a marker on this tree. All right, another contract done. Collect on that. Thank you very much. So we got 2 fertilizing contracts. Field 38, which is opposite of the field that we were doing before. And field number 19. That's not too far. Let's go ahead and accept that contract. Get back into here. Kind of what I thought, where I had to go. $500 liters of fertilizer. Hopefully it's enough. I'm thinking not. Get the mini map back up for not just you guys, but for myself as well. Sounds like there's a car behind me, is there? Nope, just my imagination. There's the pond that we were fishing in before. So I would assume cultivating jobs, they will come up here maybe later in the month. But by the time we get to like September, October, we should start seeing those pop up. This field should be down here. Yep. Down here on the right-hand side. Yeah, fertilizer contracts can be expensive. I don't mind doing it because you make decent money. And usually the jobs don't take that long. So I kind of look at it to the point of time versus money. It's not the biggest profit contracts out there by a long shot, but you make decent money for the amount of time you put into it. At least I feel like I do. How does one get to this field here? Oh, right here. Ah, someone decided to plant some onions. Well, this field looks rather big now that I'm here. Well, I mean, if I run out of fertilizer, I'll have to come back. More relaxing than watch you tear around Scotland at 80 miles per hour in a truck. Well, not going to have any trucks here because those are all over 200 horsepower. I mean, honestly, at the end of Kingley, it was just pretty much just trying to run around and bring in the money because I did not want to leave with owing the bank any cash. I will probably be not doing any root crops at all on this map. The main thing we'll be doing at the farm is having chickens to make eggs, of course. And then also we got to make some oil because we're going to be making mayonnaise. Because we are in France after all. So, yeah, we'll have chickens and an oil production, mayonnaise production. Gonna try to make sure I don't go over 5 productions. I was gonna put the limit at 3, but I already know we're gonna have the oil production, mayonnaise production, and probably the dairy. Once I eventually get dairy cattle, that's already 3 productions there, and you never know if a production is gonna come up on the mod hub where it just looks that interesting where you want to do it. So I think I'm gonna put the limit at 5. And we just did onions on Kingley anyways. So the next big step that we got to do here, I suppose, again, that cultivator is not that expensive. So I'm going to just kind of forgo saving. I mean, I got the money for the cultivator now, but I think it's just working to buy that plot of land. And then, of course, I'm going to need to buy the tent, which is like a couple $100, I think. I don't remember how much a doghouse is to get Sam here. And I think it's like 3 or 4 grand for the hut. But that's not really something I really need right away. I don't want to be missing too much, so I'll have to come back and grab it. Oh, I'm down to 140 liters of fertilizer. Hopefully I can get this contract done with what I got. Although I am 80% done. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. And yeah, I know there's extra productions on the map itself, but I also don't want to get too carried away with productions like I always end up doing. I mean, let's be honest, I'll probably get to them at some point, but I'm going to just try to focus on originally what I came here for, and we'll go from there. I'm not going to have enough for this, am I? Oh, no, we got the contract done with 16 liters of fertilizer left. All right, another Deadwood contract. Ooh, look at that fertilizing contract. For almost $7,000. Just want to make sure it says liquid, solid, or slurry manure. Any way to fertilize it. All right. Is there a way out over there? Don't see one. So look at that. We're up to $11,000. I'm rich. Won't be online Monday. Oh, sorry, a Wednesday. Going to see the new Neil Diamond film. Well, have a good time, Bob. So back to the store we go to get, I'm probably going to have to buy fertilizer. Really hope that before nighttime falls, because it's 2:30 in the afternoon, but it is August. But hopefully we'll have that plot of land and be able to put our tent down. And again, like I said, get Sam here as well. Our rusty 710. So we can see a fence to our right. I think those are the fences that might be removable. Yeah, the map probably seems bigger than it actually is just because our top speed in the tractor is only 15 or apparently 16 miles an hour. Obviously, once we get faster tractors, the map will seem a little bit smaller because we get from point A to point B a little bit quicker. So for those that have tuned in late, this is my first day on the map. Pichonniere Valley by Black Sheep Modding. We started off with absolutely nothing. No money, no land, no nothing. We are restricted to tractors. No tractors over 200 horsepower. No combines over 250. I can do contracts. I'm not allowed to lease or borrow equipment from the shop. So we had to wait until we could afford our own stuff to do before we could do contracts. And now we're saving up to buy our first piece of land. But the land is going to be for me to put down a tent. All right, buy another bag of fertilizer. As you can see, currently we sit at $9,200, almost $9,300. We got ourselves a rusty 710 tractor with a fertilizer spreader. We got ourselves a fishing pole and a chainsaw. All right, so for this field here, yes, we want to go to the right on the shot. Hello, Diamondback. Miss driving the 710. That was your fave to drive at the farm. Used to work on for some years, like 10, 15 years ago. The good old John Deeres from back in the day. So after this fertilizing contract, I may just do a little bit more fishing. This 710 tractor is on the mod hub. I got the rusty version because this felt fitting for what we're doing here. In the mod, you can get this as freshly painted, but I went with the rusted version. Alrighty, Roonies. Oh, this is a big field. I do like the John Deeres in the game for the most part. Most of them do look pretty good. And it's been a while since I've used John Deere. This might be, I'm not going to say this could be a John Deere heavy series. But they do got a lot of the smaller tractors. So yeah, we're about a third of the way, money-wise, of being able to buy our first plot of land. It's not going to be anything spectacular. And from what we saw, it's got soybeans in it, but I'm not buying it for the soybeans. I just need a place to put my tent for the night. Also, again, on this series, not allowed to take out any loans either. No greenhouses. The only thing that may get to me on the series, because buying only small equipment, obviously we're not needing a whole bunch of money to buy the big stuff. The money may pile up faster than I would hope it would, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, if the money piles up, it's going to be, I think I can manage, as long as we're having fun. That's all that matters. I can see us down the road having maybe 2 combines, because restricting to 250 horsepower on combines, they're not going to be able to have a big capacity. So getting a couple combines in the field working won't be a bad idea. I just don't know if the mayonnaise production is an OP production or not. Right now I'm just going to take it one stream at a time. The only thing I'm planning for is pretty much as far as I gotten at this point. Other than buying the first plot of land to put their tent down. Alright, talking about the harvester. I have a harvester picked out for us. But I mean, it's going to be a while. I'm not going to be farming my own land this year. Just got to wait until next spring before we get that far. It's going to be a Kloss harvester that we're going to be end up using. It's not the, I don't think it's a Dominator. I forgot what the, boy, I looked at so many combines trying to figure out what I wanted to use. But what's one of the Kloss ones? I'll show you after I get done with this contract here. And yeah, it looks like a big field. It's all relative to the size of equipment that you're using. If I was using the other fertilizer spreader that has a 42 meter wide working width, I'll be done with this field rather quickly. But I feel like we got off to a pretty good start here. Didn't take us that long to earn enough money to get the 710 and our first implement. I was a little worried that would take me maybe 3 hours or so to get to where we got our first implement, but I think it only took me like 2 hours. Maybe an hour and a half. I'm glad that this fertilizer spreader is be able to do fields of this size. We'll have to keep going back to the store and constantly refilling. So it looks like we are 71% done, and I've used 65% of my fertilizer. So it's going to use almost all the fertilizer out of here. Forgot how much this contract was paying. Again, GPS is something that I just don't normally use. Used it quite a bit when it came out in FS 17. I think 17 was the first version it came out in, as a mod, of course. And the longer it was out, the further I get myself away from using it. And honestly, I think the FS 17 was the best version of it. Although it made the contract jobs rather simple with that GPS version. It was almost as if you hired a worker because it did all the turning and everything for you. Really just focus at staring at the bottom left-hand corner of the map so I can see where I've been. There we go. So how much was this contract? $6,875 is what it was. Of course, I did pay for fertilizer. So Deadwood. So far, no cultivating contracts have come up. Again, it is harvest season. Ted grass. That's one thing I didn't think about. I could be tedding grass, too. What is, store page? Yeah, sale page. I don't think anything's going to change there. What is, tedding grass? What we got for tedders out there? 30 horse, 65 horse, 60 horse, 8.9, 4.4. I mean, I don't think it's worth, 16,000, which I got. But I think I just want to stay focused on either looking at cultivating contracts or buying that land. And by the way, that land, just to refresh my memory, 26,000, 26 and change. Yeah, 26 and change to buy that property. All right, so I'm going to leave my tractor here just for a moment because we are going to do a... What's the difference between a stone picking and a rock removal? Oh, that rock removal. Yeah, I kind of forgot about those kind of contracts. Had a brain fart there for a second. Well, my brain farts last quite a while. Let's go ahead and remove some trees. Looks like a different location for a change. Field 116. Where is this contract? Over here, I see a couple trees already. Whoops. Again, just making sure they got markers on them. It looks like one right here. Look up at the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a dead tree. That's how I run through the woods with my chainsaw. Okay, so I don't see one right away. Looking for a marker on a tree. Ah, so here's the thing to remove the fences. Let me bring up the helper HUD. So it removes the entire fence. I think I'd rather keep them up and go through the gates. I don't mind the fences being there. At least right now I don't. Is that grass for tedding in rows? Because if it is, that pottinger will be okay. I think I'm just going to hold off onto that just for now. I want to stay focused on saving the money up for the land because I need a place to sleep for the night. And am I going to have a hard time finding this last tree? I don't see one sticking up through the area at all. I'll look further outside the boundary. Oh, never mind. I see it now. Boy, how did I miss that? All right. Let's collect on that contract. Hello, Josh and Cody. Both welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. Baling contracts, bale wrapping. So fertilizing contracts, yeah, they're small contracts, so I don't think they're worth doing as of right now. Again, I can only do contracts with my own equipment, so that's why just not grabbing any old contract. Let's go ahead and go down to field number 32. Going to do a little bit more fishing. So there should be a body of water in front of us, I think. Can I get a nice view of the river? Am I going to have to stand in the river? We'll stand in the river. Ooh, when I stand in the river, I can't fish, apparently. If I get too deep, I might have been nope, fishing pole disappears. All right, let's go on the bridge. Just mix up what we've been doing here. Okay, kind of forgot we're not in a hot spot, so we're going to catch some junk. But if I clear enough junk, we'll get a bonus. How did you get the loading truck that you use for wood chips? If you're talking like on the Kingley series, you can use any trailer that accepts wood chips. But the trailer I use on Kingley, if that's what you're asking about, that is a modded trailer that is on the mod hub. And that should be under semi-trailers, I would assume. So yeah, we are halfway of what we need to be able to buy that land, get ourselves a tent, and get Sam here. Sam will be arriving on the train later on. I got the earlier train that came here. The Kingway truck is... Well, you kind of lost me there, Josh, what you're talking about at this point. So the $400 fish we sell, the $100 and $200 fish we return, and when we return enough fish, we'll get a bonus at some point. He subscribed and liked. Well, thank you, Cody. Very much appreciated. Glad you're enjoying what you're seeing. Me standing on a bridge with a fishing pole. Never thought I'd see this day when I started playing Farm Sim years ago. That was a piece of junk, but I clicked on it kind of fast. That's the only thing about the fishing thing is you got to use, at least on PC, use the left mouse button to reel in the fish, but at the same time, of course, you're pressing and releasing the button. And the problem is, sometimes that will happen when the prompt comes up, shows you what you caught, and you're pressing and releasing the button. I caught the same thing. And you accidentally click on, like, try again or release fish while you're doing so. The truck I used on Riverbend Springs. Oh boy. The truck I use on Riverbend Springs. Oh, the truck I use on Riverbend Springs, if you're talking about the semi-truck, that's just the International. Are you serious with these caution wet floor signs? Did some janitor get fired and he threw all the signs in the river? What the heck, man? But on Riverbend Springs for the semi-truck, that was just the International truck, which is in the base game. So we're just passing a little bit of time for more contracts to come on in, hopefully. A gigantic salmon for 400. All right, check contracts here after this. Whatever it is I catch. I'm not in a hot spot, so I could catch junk or fish. Alright, so what do we got for contracts? Baling, another Deadwood, fertilizing, yeah, cultivating contracts. I'm surprised maybe the farmers haven't done their fields yet. Bale wrapping would not be bad, but that wrapper there costs like 50 some odd $1,000, I think. Let's do another Deadwood contract for 1,000. Not this semi, the flatbed. Well, the flatbed is nothing more than the International, which should be this one right here. This flatbed right here. It's in the base game. Where am I going for this this contract here? All right, so we'll go to field 34. Visit field 34. Ooh, I'm not seeing the trees right away at all. Oh, I see a couple. Jump over the river. Not quite. All right. Whoops. Chainsaw. Oh, there's a marker there. Again, all the markers should face south. So when you're doing these contracts, if you face north, you should be able to see them. For the most part. Oh, there's one right there. There's probably going to be some behind me as well. Make sure they got markers on them because you cut down the wrong tree. Is it $2,000 in every contract if you cut down the wrong tree? Yeah, penalty per tree is $2,000. So you cut down a wrong tree, you got to pay $2,000. Alright, and there might be some behind me somewhere. There's always one tree. Well, that one's been cut. Then when I do find the one tree, it's like, how did you miss it? Because it was sticking right out in the open. Oh, there it is. There we go. Should be the last one. So another quick $1,000. Yeah, mowing would be good, but I just don't have... I didn't think about looking at mowers on the mod hub. And doing those kind of jobs. Well, we're next to a little brook here. I think I fished off this bridge before. Not a hot spot, but let's go ahead and do a little bit more fishing. But we're getting there. We're at 19,500. Another 10,000 is really what we need for the land and the tent and Sam's little doghouse. So between Deadwood and fertilizing contracts, that's all we got right now. But hey, considering how we started today, that's not bad. And a $400 salmon. Right now in SnowRunner, you're working on the top of the dam. I haven't played SnowRunner since Roadcraft came out, and I love playing Roadcraft, but I would say the majority of people that, with the DLC maps, can't complete it because of problems. Some people say on Roadcraft, starting over, you can complete it all, but there are some saying not necessarily because they ran into problems. So I'm hoping Saber can get those problems solved. Because I got my 2 DLC maps I can't complete because the jobs don't show up. So again, we only sell the fish that are worth 400. We release the fish that are worth 100 and 200. Because if you release enough of those smaller fish, you get a bonus after so many. And apparently, as we have seen, the bonus is worth more than if you sold a fish. But look at that, we're up to 20 grand. Starting to make look like that Deutz that's for sale reachable. Although I think that was 40,000 for that Deutz. But I don't want to rush to a second tractor right away. I want to use the 710 for a little bit. So we can see on the stats page, how are we doing here? We have caught 17 trash. We sold 40 fish. We've released 21. So the thing is, I don't know where the bonuses come in on releasing so many fish. So at least we get to fish though and earn money while we're waiting for more contracts to pop up. Never played Farming Simulator? Oh, Farming Simulator 25? So I guess that means you have played FS maybe 22 or 19 or whatever. $200, so release that fish. Alright, so maybe after this one we will take our 710 back to the store and get more fertilizer, and we'll see, maybe look at those 2 fertilizing contracts. Just trying to mix up the jobs that I can do, so I'm not doing one too much consecutively. I was really expecting more cultivating contracts to show up in August. Alright, so yeah, another Deadwood. That's $1,300 for the Deadwood contract. And we do got one for $5,000. So accept that contract there. We're also going to accept that Deadwood contract for $1,300 because that's more than what we've been doing. Alright, let's get into our tractor. Head back to the store, top off with fertilizer. Well, right now, since I don't own any land, I could care less if we get twisters. Because I don't own anything. I am waiting because now it's been almost 2 months since the Highland DLC came out. I feel like there's going to be a production building with fish. Not the ones where we're just breeding fish and selling fish, but maybe like a sushi restaurant or something like that, where it needs salmon or trout. So with these 2 contracts here, that should be enough money. Well, if I buy fertilizer, it's going to take some out. But that might be just enough money to buy that small plot of land. Oop, that does not get me to where I need to go. And not enough in that bag. All right, so where am I going for this contract? Field 71. That's not the field I did earlier, was it? No, that was 80, 89. Oh, 71 is here. All right, so back the way I came. We did field 51, so we had to go past that, come out to here, take a right-hand turn. Yeah, we'll just take the main road all the way around. Because I haven't seen that side of the map yet, really. And I would assume there would be twisters on here. Again, I don't know if modders have the capability of turning off twisters. You have the option in-game to turn them off. I mean, every map I've been on, we had twisters except for... I think New Hope. New Hope was the only map I don't think we saw a twister. So unfortunately, it looks like at least the modded plows that I activated and looked at, the plows are a little bit too much for this 710. So I'll have to wait until we get ourselves a bigger tractor for plowing contracts. Lizard Energies. Even the way Black Sheep Modding did the boundaries for the map, the mountain ranges and the fields on the hills, it looks like it is part of the map itself. So we really haven't been here. So when we got here, we definitely want to take a right-hand turn. Hello, ma'am. Actually, there's quite a few ponds and rivers on this map to fish from. So that's what I kind of wanted to see here. I don't know if I'll have access to this. So it looks like if I wanted to work this field, the only way in is right here. So do we get the option of just opening a gate, or is it just remove the whole fence? No, so it removes the whole fence. It'd be kind of cool if you had the option of remove fence or open gate. And what it would do is just roll back the fence line a little bit. Because there's no other way into the field, right? No, so if you want... So yeah, if you want this field, but you like the looks of the fence, in order for you to work in it, you got to remove the fence to work in it. Maybe that'll be in the update that they were talking about earlier. Apparently, again, this map will have an update coming out at some point. And it does, from what they said, might require a new save game. So it's got me a little bit nervous. If I don't have that much on the map, it won't be too hard to convert everything over to a new save. And we can just be right where we left off. But if I have a lot done, it'll take a lot of work to get that far. Got some sheep over here. But we're going to have... Eventually we'll have chickens and probably dairy cattle on our farm. The 710's been very impressive with only 50 horsepower. And with a spreader on the back and the weight and all that, doesn't really seem to have any issue getting up to speed and staying there. No, wasn't just making sure it wasn't supposed to go up that road. But it's gonna be awfully close once I get this contract done and the Deadwood contract. Buying our first little piece of land, I'm gonna earn a little bit of cash to put our tent and Sam's doghouse. That is what I'm working towards. At least we get to drive around the map and see what it looks like a little bit. It's gonna be that field with the tram lines in it, right? I think so. Alrighty. And I should have enough fertilizer for this contract. As long as I don't waste a whole bunch. And then we will go over to that Deadwood contract right after this. Is it bad I'm getting excited over buying a piece of land that's worth $26,000? Nick becoming a channel member. Nick, welcome to the Unsalted Club. Very much appreciated. By becoming a channel member, you'll get access to videos that I post early. And you also should have access to some emojis in chat if you like to use that type of thing. But very much appreciated. Thank you again for becoming a channel member. Which does remind me, I did release an episode of Shamburgo earlier today. And if you're a channel member, you already have access to Wednesday's episode of Shamburgo. And that does remind me, I did record an episode of City Skylines 2. I need to post that because that should be going out for tomorrow. But I'll post that later on tonight. So if you're a channel member, you'll have access to that later on tonight. If not, that should be out tomorrow morning. Been watching since the Farmer's Dynasty days. Well, then you've been here since almost the beginning. Oddly enough, it was Farmer's Dynasty that got me started because I was trying to help people out on Discord on how to do some things with Farmer's Dynasty, and just figured it'd be easier to show in a video. And now here I am. But that does remind me, I'm kind of hoping for Farmer's Dynasty 2 this year, but I'm not holding out hope. It's been a very pleasant, refreshing series compared to your normal gameplay. Are you saying my normal gameplay is crap? I had like 1,800 subs. Boy, it took me a long time to get to 1,800 subs. Hello, Spencer. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. You're mainly interested in the live streams. Yeah, some people just want the live streams. Some people just want the recorded episodes. Oddly enough, when I finally got my internet I got last year, I said, well, I'll do some live streams, but I don't think live streaming is going to be for me. I actually prefer doing the live streams. I don't mind doing the recorded episodes either. But it's kind of hard to try to do both on a channel. But I try. I try to keep up with recorded episodes and try to do as many live streams as I can without going berserk. But again, thank you, Nick, for becoming a channel member. Very much appreciated. I do feel like at the end of the Kingley series, just because we had everything that we needed on the farm, It was just a matter of, you know, we had a lot of fields to get to, rush to this field, rush to that field. So the pace really picked up. And plus I also started with a lot of stuff because I was trying to show off everything I could on the Highland DLC when it came out. Actually, I did get early access to that, so I think that's why I went full bore and everything, just trying to show off as much as I could. Would like to watch more, but work always gets in the way. I can understand that. Although I shouldn't say too much. My job is what I'm doing now, so. Let's see, 81% done, and we got 45% fertilizer left, so I shouldn't have an issue completing this field. I actually watched quite a few videos last night because I just couldn't fall asleep. I think I finally fell asleep at 5 o'clock in the morning. So 5:30 in the afternoon. So yeah, I am cutting it kind of close of having our property and our tent ready to go. Of course, I could slow down some time if I need to. But it's August, so it should not get dark until a couple more hours. All right, so this pays rather well. $5,000, thank you very much. Turn off the tractor, and now we got to get over to... Yeah, we can visit this place. Lovely. Wait, which way is south? I think this way is south, right? Wrong buttons. Yeah, this way is south. Let's get on the south end and look north and see if we can find any trees. It's gonna be hard to find them in this. Well, I found one. So I got 9 trees to cut here. Well, it all depends on how you start on the map, on how you start your farm. You could either start with what the map modder gave you and work up and just, you know, if you take out a loan, pay those off. I mean, like I did on Kingley, I borrowed all the money and bought just a crap load of stuff. And I bought stuff as we went along, but I didn't leave there until I paid off the loan. Or like on this series here, start with absolutely nothing and take forever just to build up what you want to do. And you end up doing what I'm doing right now, running around the woods with a chainsaw, running like a madman, looking for trees. Thought I just saw one over here. Are you one? You are one. You work 12-hour night shifts casually. You can usually get the recorded ones watched. Live streams, you catch up on your days off. Well, I appreciate you trying to get caught up on them. And hopefully it's entertaining enough for you to keep on watching. These Deadwood trees aren't worth a whole lot. Not really worth my time to do so. Oh boy, having a rough time finding some trees here. Oh, that might be one over there. The time limit on contracts now, they just go to the end of the month. It's not like it was when FS25 came out. It could end at any time. We had to look at the contract to see how much time he had left. But now contracts just go to the end of the month. Alright, I got, what, 2 more trees I gotta find? Oh, there's one. Okay, whoop, this one, another one? Aha, found you. All right, completed for 1,300. 25,500. So I'm still shy by a little bit on being able to buy that property, because that was 26,000 and change. 26.5. I'm at 25.5. Plus, I need to buy a tent. Let's see here. If I go to constructibles and we go to farmhouses, so the tent is $50. All right, so the tent's not that expensive. And then doghouse is, ooh, 2,500 for a doghouse. It's an expensive doghouse, man. All right, so a couple $1,000 fertilizing contracts. Is there any pond over here? No. Let's jump back into the tractor. Whoop. Because there is a pond over this way. So let's just say I need about 30 grand in total. See that big ripple over there? It might be a huge fish. Not really, but you never know. $100 release. So we found a hot spot. So usually when you're in a hot spot, that means you're just going to catch fish alone. Shouldn't really catch any junk. Or maybe it just reduces how much junk you would catch. Well, I'm hoping to get that where we have released enough fish where we get another bonus. Yeah, the Deadwood trees are only really worth it if you have your sawmill, because you get a decent, well, an okay amount from Deadwood. But selling it at the sawmill, I think each tree would be maybe like 100 or 200 bucks. So by the time it took me to load it up, get it on down there, not really worth it. So I think the last time I did those was on Riverbend Springs, bringing Deadwood down to the sawmill. I think you're only getting about 1,500 liters of wood per tree if you bring it to your own sawmill. Somewhere around there. $200, we'll release that fish as well. Not catching any of the mighty fish here. Release that fish as well. I am just going to take a quick little break. I need to refill my water because I'm thirsty a second. I've been out of water for a second. So I'll be back in just a minute. All right, let's get back to fishing. Actually, I probably should look at some contracts here. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. It's going to get dark here pretty soon. Yeah, this map should have a biomass plant. But biomass plants are usually rather expensive. And I really have no use for one for a long time. Not catching any big fish here. Let's see, what do we got here? A lot of harvesting contracts, fertilizing contracts, Deadwood, baling. No cultivating contracts coming up. Although I would try to avoid one at this point because I want to be able to buy our farmland. Hello, Sofa Farmer. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. Not catching any big fish. When you start a new farm, I look to see what pays the most, and I get what I need to make said products, either by wood chips or loans. Well, the one thing is you gotta do, Crystal, you just gotta keep changing up how you run a farm or give yourself restrictions on what you can do. Hey, a $400 fish, finally. Yeah, you just gotta keep mixing up from farm to farm how you make money. I know a few people already said here, oh, this get a greenhouse. Like, nope, no greenhouses. No greenhouses. Oh, now we're catching the big fish. I'm waiting for that big bonus, because we got a big bonus not long ago for cleaning out enough junk. I'm waiting for like a nice big bonus for releasing all these fish that we've done so far. Alright, may have to do one of those Deadwood contracts. Because it's not like, I think you only get like one Deadwood contract, maybe two at the most, at a time. Alright, where was that Deadwood contract? Only 750 for that one, but 750 is 750. Let's go ahead and visit field number 35. Any of them behind me before I start moving in? No. I'm in a rush to get my tent down before it gets too dark. And I'm hoping we can get Sam here, too. I see a couple of them over here. Doesn't look like there's going to be any on the other side of the river, so it's got to be in here somewhere. Always the last one. That one back there is cut, right? Yes, that one is cut. I can see that one being cut. Where is this last tree? Maybe there is one. Nope, never mind. Didn't go far enough last time, I guess. Alright, and collect on that. Alright, so we got 27,000. Let's go ahead and finally buy our little plot of land. Let's visit it first. Again, I could care less about the soybeans right now because I'm not going to be able to do anything with it. But, yeah, field number, what is it, 37? I think it is, if not the cheapest little lot here. And it's kind of in the center of the map. And we got like a lot of other small fields around here, which would be a good starting point. So let's go ahead and we're going to buy this. There we go. And it's only $50 for our tent. So let's go ahead and put our tent in. And it doesn't really matter where I put it in. I guess kind of like in this corner here, kind of away from the road. That way, you know, traffic doesn't bother me. So let's get our tent. Also got to make sure I leave enough room for Sam as well. So we're just going to pop the tent down right there. All right, but, you know, we got to get Sam here. So, yeah, we need another couple grand, right? I mean, there's fertilizing contracts, but I still need to go all the way back to the farm to get fertilizer. Or sorry, not the farm, but the, to the shop to get fertilizer. Because we're just about out. I'm hoping that we can get enough fish here for Sam. Now, of course, when we finally do get Sam here, the name may not match, but as we know, it will be Sam. Just got to change the name in the XML file afterwards. All right, so we need 2 grand. If not, we can, I'm pretty sure another Deadwood contract will come up here shortly. But no cultivating contracts in August. Building a big bee farm is different for passive income, and so is solar generators. I thought about doing beehives here, but then that just means moving around a lot of honey. And without using super strength or autoloaders on this series, that's going to be a lot of pallet work. And I'm going to be moving around quite a bit amount of eggs, I think. $200, come on. Have you tried changing the dog's name in the placeable XML file? Oh, yeah, I do change the dog's name in the XML file after a stream or after I place it down. I've always changed the dog's name back to Sam. We don't have the option to name the dog in-game like we do with the horses yet, do we? Has that been updated and I just have not noticed it? It's weird that we can name the horses, but we can't change the dog's name in-game. Unless that's been updated and I just missed it. I always go into the XML file afterwards and change the dog's name. Hey, a $400 fish. Thank you very much. Any Deadwood contracts? Oh, $750 for a Deadwood contract. Well, it's not quite enough. I feel like I released enough fish since my last bonus that I should be near a bonus sometime soon. Alright, if I get 2 more big fish and I do the Deadwood contract, that's enough to get Sam, and that would kind of really complete my goals I had for the first month if we can sleep on through the night. It's a shame that you can't choose a type of dog. We got more options now. I think that came with the Highland DLC. We got more options for the type of dog you can have. And we'll see that when I place down the dog house. I think there's like 5 or 6 options now. Well, 3 of the options are a lab, but, you know, there's a black lab, a yellow lab, chocolate lab. I think those 3 different colors of those. I think they got the dog they had in FS19. I think they even got a border collie. I think. Come on, be a $400 fish so I can go do the Deadwood contract. Thank you. Alright, so now if I just do the Deadwood contract, if it's still there, yes it is, then we can get ourselves a doghouse. Just 4 more trees. Just make sure I cut down the right ones. The collie has multiple options as well. Alright. I can't remember at all. I just care about having Sam. So our first month here in Pichonniere Valley. Our first month here, we're going to end with pretty much $0 in the bank account. But we'll have land, a tractor, a place to sleep, and Sam will be here. There we go. Let's go. I need to bring the tractor back. So let's go ahead and yeah, let's just teleport to the tractor. Bring that back to our farmyard. And we'll get Sam placed on down. That'd be pretty funny if I do place a doghouse down and the name of the dog is actually Sam. Alright, so when I go back here, oh, actually we're not that far. We're a lot closer to our piece of property than I thought. Next right-hand turn will get us there. Hopefully I did turn down the right road. I did. Wow, it's almost like someone in the sky turned the light switch off. I can actually see the icon at our little tent for our sleep trigger. Yeah, so hopefully when the update comes out for this map, it comes out relatively soon if it needs a new save file, because, I mean, right now it would not be that difficult for me to convert everything over to a new save. But once I get more things in place, it'll be more difficult. Let's leave the lights on. Well, you know what? No, we got plenty of light, I think. Well, seems like plenty of light. So obviously we're just going to put down Sam next to us. F to customize. So you got a black lab, you got the charcoal lab, you got a dark champagne lab, you got a chocolate lab, you got a black tricolor border collie, a black white border collie, another black white border collie, a red white border collie, charcoal, dark champagne. Is it the dark champagne? Is that yellow? I would assume that's yellow. Yeah, that's our Sam. Let's just put him. And we'll put him right over here. And well, it's almost midnight, but we'll feed midnight. Actually, where is he? So right now he's called Midnight, but of course we're just going to call him Sam. Sam is here. All right, so we are all set, I guess, to go to bed. Our first month here is done. We do end up with $338 in the bank account, but we got this land. We got ourselves a tractor with a spreader. We got our tent, and Sam is here. Not bad with starting off with absolutely nothing. I did collect all the contracts, right? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I don't know why I'm checking the sale page. This would have been nice to have, but then again, I want to use a 710 for a while before I get a better tractor. Not that I'm going to sell the 710, but yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and sleep and start a new month. So yeah, started with absolutely nothing and not too bad. $5 property maintenance. Why am I paying $5 property maintenance on this? Why? Well, the Deutz is still there. Okay, what do we got for contracts? So there's a plowing contract. All right, that's something we might get to. Cultivating contracts. Oh, wow. That pays extremely well. The problem is I'm only going to have a 3-meter wide cultivator. I think like field number 10 is more like it. But I don't have the money to buy the cultivator now, so I got to do some other stuff first. So Deadwood for 1,500. We'll accept that contract. My tent probably. The tent costs $50. If it's going to cost me $5 a month to maintain the tent, that's a crappy tent. Where is this Deadwood contract? Ah, over here. All right, so now I need the money. I got to build up money to get ourselves the cultivator, which is like 2,100 or something like that. Yep, there's a line on that tree, so that gets cut. Oh, we got 10 trees to cut, do we? It's in there somewhere. Again, I have no plans to have a sawmill in this map, so... And eventually I won't be doing that much more Deadwood contracts, but just got to do it in the beginning because chainsaw was cheap. $1,000 to get myself a chainsaw, which has already paid for itself, and you know, so many times over. Let's see. Should be this one here. Yes. And then this one here, I would assume. Alrighty. And collect. So field number 10. I wonder how big that actually is. That is a big field. And that cultivator that we're going to be buying is, I think, just a 3 meter. Yeah, it's only a 3 meter. That requires 110 horsepower. This only requires 35 horsepower. Will I be using the Franks on this series? Yeah, probably. But not since I only got one tractor right now, so probably not. Deadwood. So fertilizing contracts are out there. I think I'm going to go fishing for a moment. To hopefully get ourselves a little bit more cash. All right, we fished here before. Wait, how much was that cultivator? 2,700. Hello, Nate. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. So again, we're just selling the $400 fish, $100 and $200 ones. We release, and eventually, when we get to another milestone, we'll get a nice bonus. Have no idea how close I am to the next bonus, but when it happens, it happens. So I basically need 2 more fish here. Okay. Honestly, whatever the fish this is, I'll probably just sell it because I just need $100 more. And I don't want to sit here and think I'm just going to catch another $400 fish on the next cast and do 10 more casts. Let's get this cultivator purchased. All right. That should have all that we need. Cultivators. No particular options on it. Might as well just leave it red. I am curious, does it charge me to change color? It does. So, yeah, make sure no charge. $2,700. Yep, go ahead and buy that. All right, let's get into our tractor. Drop off our spreader. Oh, yeah, probably should, because it is morning. It's been a month. We'll feed Sam, a.k.a. midnight right now. I don't know where Sam is. He's already over here. He's happy to be here. So again, the soybeans here could care less. Because there's no way I'm going to be able to lease them. To harvest them. So I'm not too concerned about it. Alright, so... Okay, I got to find my way out of here. If I just go straight, that'll bring me out to like the main road. And then go right. And then we get ourselves a cultivating contract, probably the smallest one to start off with. I think on 50 fish is a $20,000 bonus. How many fish have I currently released? 38 fish I've released. Oh, wait. Yes, 38 fish I've released. Yeah, that's on this save file, not overall. Had a brain fart there again for a second. So the first month went perfectly, as I was hoping it would, and what I wanted to achieve. And I haven't thought really past that of what I wanted to do next. The dog is a $5 a month upkeep. Well, I guess I am feeding him dog food. So $5 a month for dog food, that's pretty cheap. And yeah, I'll have to change Midnight over to Sam in the XML file before tomorrow's stream. So the next thing that we need to purchase for the farm, I think, is going to be a bigger tractor. I'm not going to get rid of the 710, because what we can do is I can get we'll get one of the tractors on a worker, and I could use the other tractor to do contracts as well. But there's only so much this tractor can do. And I don't plan on farming on my own fields until next spring? Question mark? should be riding first person when I'm driving back and forth to the store. You don't need to see me sitting there in my cowboy hat. Just making sure I'm going the right way here. Would be awesome if dogs in real life cost $50 a month. Got that right. So of course now this month here should be less fishing, less Deadwood contracts. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to do them, just won't have to do them as much. I would have liked to have brought up the spreader so I can take the rest of the fertilizer. But I think probably the next thing I will purchase for the farm will be the hut so I can buy the fertilizer back there. Because that's more centralized. So yeah, I think also the next purchase from the shop will be a tractor with a little more horsepower. Because that way I can use one of the plows that requires, I think, 80 horsepower. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're not allowed to have tractors over 200 horsepower. Alrighty. Let's have a look at those contracts one again for cultivating here. Field number 100. It's going to be way at the other end of the map. But let's go ahead and accept the contract. It is tempting to take the big contracts out. Alright. I think we're going to go right up the west side of the map. So I haven't been up the west side. Just go around the entire outside of the map and get to field 100. But it is tempting to take on those big contracts, but it would just... In this tractor and cultivator, it would take me maybe a couple of hours. Actually, it's going to be kind of hard to tell. I know I just said next spring maybe we'll be working our own fields, but am I going to have the finances to get ourselves a harvester? Guess we'll have to wait and see, because I don't even have land to farm yet. Probably going to take me just 5 or 10 minutes to get up to the field in general from this side of the map all the way to the other side. I do have a harvester picked out, but I don't remember what the price of it is. But that may not be my starting combine either. I kind of forgot to show you the combine I picked out. So, actually, let me do that now, because I'm probably going to forget by the time we get up to the other end of the map here. Combines. This is the one I found. This one right here. So, let's see. Horsepower is 235. Can I bump that up a little? No, 270. That's over my limit. But it has a capacity of 8,000 liters. And that would cost $90,000 brand new. I do have options of the TX32. I guess the TARDIS, that's going to be kind of... I don't know why I activated that. Oh, the TARDIS pack is... I activated it because I might need the water tanker. But this is the only one I got for now. I wasn't too concerned because I realized I'm not going to need a combine for a while. So I wasn't too concerned about finding a combine for the first couple of streams. It's going to be a while. Yep, we will be doing productions. I'm going to limit myself to 5 productions in total. So I'm going to need an oil mill. I got to make some oil. I need the oil for the mayonnaise production. And we'll end up having a dairy production as well, because we're going to have dairy cattle. And there are other productions on the map that have specialty items in it. So we'll probably look at those. So I'm a little lenient on the productions. I know I'm saying 5. But if we find out the productions here do quite a bit more that are interesting, because there's extra crops or modded crops we can do on this map, we might expand it. But of course, you know, you can see how far we got in the first stream. But we started with nothing. And now we got stuff, so it's just going to get better and better. Or the money's going to come in faster and faster. So we're going up the west side of the map. So our starting fields are going to be around where we just bought that piece of land, because it has mostly small fields around it. Again, I can't be going buying the biggest fields because being restricted to 200 horsepower, that just means we're going to have small implements as well. So buying big fields, unless I plan on buying a big field and dividing the field up into 4 separate fields for different kind of crop types, doesn't seem like it'd be worth it. I mean, it'd be worth it. It just takes a long time to do work in those fields. And I don't want to end up saying, because it's a live stream, I can't do jump cuts or time lapses. I don't want to say, well, we got to go cultivate that field. It's going to take me like 2 hours to do it. No, this is not the updated version. As long as the updated version comes out relatively soon, and when I mean relatively soon, like within a week or 2, it's not going to be that difficult for me to start a new save and get everything back to where it was, wherever we are at that point. Again, I really haven't looked at the harvesters too much. I just looked roughly on the mod hub. And for some reason that one caught my eye, and I said, well, I'll just get that one on there. Because not really knowing how fast I was going to progress, it'd be good to have one at least on there that I know I wouldn't mind using. Should be coming up. Yeah, Field 100 is coming up relatively soon. The cultivator is on the back, right? No, that would have sucked. Yes, it is. So I actually thought I was going to be doing mostly cultivating jobs in August, but we had none come up. Alright, Field 100 is right in front of us. The question is, how do we access... I mean, I could just go right up over the bank here, but... Alright. I think we will just start right here then. It's not a steep bank right here. We don't need a mini-map now. Again, as for, because I think there are collectibles on this map, I'd rather stay away from those, because that would just probably bring in too much money. I don't know how much money they would bring me in. I just feel like it's something I probably should stay away from. Oop, there's a ditch right there, sir. Alright, this field is not, I mean, it's big, but it's not, looking at it like, oh, wow, why did I do this? But this is why I was wanting to do the smallest field first, just to get a rough idea of how long it's going to take me. Because, I mean, that big field that we saw, that contract was $16,000. I mean, that's a huge payday. So what is it with NPC farmers and FS25 letting their crops wither? Wait, I'm already 7% done with the field? That doesn't seem correct. Collectibles are 10K a piece. Yeah, it's just, that would kind of ruin the start of the series. Yeah, the Frank family, always, any helpers we get, the Frank family will be around. So this is one of those things. Wait, how much is this contract? This contract was what? 3,500? If I had a bigger cultivator, it would be worth doing this field. Now, I don't mind time versus money right now because it's a different type of job, and we got to do this to grow. But it'd be faster if I did Deadwood contracts. But we did enough of those on the first month. And obviously a series like this is not one that needs to be rushed on earning money, because with the restriction, as I said earlier, of the size of the machines, I don't need to save up $500,000 to get equipment. No, there's nothing wrong with the 3-meter wide implements, but if you were to get into a big field and you're there for a couple of hours, that's where, it's nothing wrong with the implement. It's just what you're trying to do with it. I do not use cruise control hardly at all in Farming Simulator. Just like in real life, when I'm driving, I hardly ever use cruise control. See, I'm already a quarter of the way done with this cultivating contract, so that's not bad. Actually, it's been a long time since I had a cultivator. But the nice thing also about this series, not having any loans, don't have to constantly think, well, when midnight comes, we're going to lose or pay back to the bank so much money. I mean, we are going to have property maintenance and production maintenance in the future. But for now, the money we have is the money we have. So when we do get our second tractor, that's when workers will start coming in. Because I may take on like the cultivating contract for $16,000 and have one of the Franks do it, while I do other contracts, fish, cut down deadwood, whatever we need to do. Already got almost 2 hours on our 710 John Deere. But probably 30 minutes of that is driving around the map, getting from point A to point B. What was in field 100? Was it canola? Kind of looks like oh, maybe... No, maybe not canola. No, it was actually spelt. Again, that's one of the modded crops on the map. It was spelt. And apparently the farmer didn't want it. Actually, the working speed of 9 miles an hour makes this job not that bad. Someone said this a little while ago, I think if I catch and release about 12 more fish, I might get a $20,000 bonus. It's quite a lot. I don't see me selling the 710 at all. Probably just keep on the farm all the way through. Unless it gets to a point where I just really never use it. It's just taking up space. I don't think this can fit a front loader to it. Hope Sam is being a good boy back home. He's not roaming around in the other farmers' fields too much. Yeah, so at least now for contracts, we're able to do cultivating, Deadwood, and fertilizing. But I think that is where it's going to be the limit on the 710. Although this is performing rather well. I know the horsepower requirement for this is like 35 and we got 50. And we're on basically flat land here. Although I think the plow might be just a little bit too much. Because the plow is going to be going down into the ground quite a bit. And that says, I think, 60 horsepower requirement. 60 or 80. It seemed like I got that first 10% of the field done rather quick. And now we're slowly marching on up to the 100%. So after we get this done, I think we'll have a look at the land around the land that we just bought, just to see that roughly what the prices are going to be like. I mean, we got a rough idea. So eventually, when we do get to farming on our own stuff, we'll be trying out a lot of these modded crops that are here. And I think chickens will take a lot of this modded crop as well. But I may have to go on my test map and look at the production buildings that are on the map and see what it requires and what they make. pretty soon we'll go from $33 to, well, like $3,500. It's going to be kind of tempting if that Deutz stays in the sale page. But that would be a pretty big jump up, going from a 50 horsepower tractor to about 150, I think. Well, the field's looking better that we're getting rid of this withered crop. I think I got stones turned on, but if this is a shallow cultivator, I guess that's why I'm not kicking up any stones. Yeah, I'm not into the leasing of fields. Or field flipping, for that matter, either. But in a way, that would kind of go against one of the rules we have here, where there's no leasing or borrowing. So, leasing of a field will go against the leasing rule. Again, there was a mod that came out today. But I didn't really look at it too hard because I didn't want. I was like, maybe activate it for the series, but without really looking at it or being able to test it. Something about land value prices depending on the economy that you're on. But I think I talked about it in. It was either today's episode or Wednesday's episode of Shamburgo. I've talked about it before, where I like to see land values change in price depending on the condition of the field. So if there's a harvestable crop in this field, let's just say it's worth $100,000. But let's say you get the field like this, where the crop is withered and the pH value, nitrogen value are bad. Maybe the price of the field could be like, I don't know, $71,000 or whatever. But I think being able to buy a field with a harvestable crop in it be the same value as a field that is barren and in terrible shape, be the same exact price. I'd like to see that change. Now we did see some of that in FS22. I think I used a mod on Western Australia where there was a variable price range on fields, but it had nothing to do with the condition of the field. It was just a random generator number on how the field prices changed. But I think it should be based on the condition of the field itself. So just to take into consideration here, this field here, wait, what's the other field number? 77. All right, so this field here is 1.5 hectares. And where's field? Oh, no. I'm not trying to buy nothing. Get off that. Field 77. Where's 77? There's 71. Oh, over here. That is 7.26 hectares. So about 6 times bigger? 4. Okay, maybe closer to 5 times bigger than this field. So it took me 5 times longer to cultivate that field number 77 than it did this field here. And this probably has taken me about 20 or 30 minutes. So cultivating that other field would be like 2.5 hours with what I got. So as much as that contract pays rather well, the time would be forever. Yeah, that mod I did use in Western Australia. I thought I said that, but maybe I didn't. I may have used it somewhere else also, but I remember definitely using it in Western Australia. All right, 94% done here, so just about ready to wrap up this cultivating job. So, I mean, financially and time-wise, is this better to do this than the Deadwood contracts and the fishing not the contracts, but this fishing in general? I mean, the Deadwood contracts, you can see how fast I was doing those, and they pay like $1,000 a piece. Probably could have done 4 of them in this time, 4 or 5 of them. But still, we are going to get paid like $3,500 for this. And I don't still want to do one job just because it pays better for the time. But if you're thinking, was this worth it financially? Probably not, but the fun time is all that matters to me at this point. And that is all she wrote. Just kind of get this off the field here. All right, cultivating contract is complete. So, yep, boy, even field number 10, that's a big field. That would take me forever. And they're probably using a cultivator that's like 8 meter wide. And that one there is probably a 12 meter wide cultivator with a quad track. I don't think I want to do it with a 3 meter wide. So there are plowing contracts there, but again, where's the plows? Up here. This is the plow we would use, 80 horsepower for a 6 meter wide. Can't use the this one here because that requires 260 horsepower base, and we can't use any tractors over 200, so that's not going to work here. But this one will. So I'll probably end up getting that plow in the future so we can do our fields along with plowing contracts. But yeah, oh! A Fendt 900 for $47,000. What horsepower engine's in it currently? So currently it has a 230 horsepower engine in it. I would need to decrease that. Which sucks. I need to decrease the horsepower, but I have to pay for it. So that one actually goes to 200 horse. I said nothing over 200 horse. So I could actually have a 200 horsepower tractor. That would be $50,000. That'd be like the biggest tractor we could have on the farm. Right there. Well, I mean, that's $50,000 and I got $3,500. Well, we can dream, can't we? So our starting area is here. If we look at the adjacent fields around here, we're looking at $120,000, $55,000. So that's not too bad. That's 60, 70,000, 122, 47,000. Yeah, so the fields aren't too cheap, but they're not expensive either. It just looks expensive because I don't have the money currently. But yeah, all the fields around here. Again, I'm not sure where the starting farm is going to be, the farm yard's going to be. But I mean, obviously we just bought this because my goal was we got to sleep somewhere. And we got our tent down. And of course, Sam is here somewhere. You might be just roaming around in the crops there. It's kind of hard to see. Let's see, we got this field over here. So it's got one of those fences that I hope in the update to where, so it's either get rid of the fence or have the fence. I wish there's another button to where it just rolls back at a gate opening. So you can kind of see like a gate here. Or maybe not. But if it just like rolled back the fence enough to get a 10 meter wide implement through, so maybe 10 meter opening. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know if that's a part of the plan, but that's what I'd like to see. But yeah, our first, I should say our first month because we're now almost halfway through September. Not too bad. Again, started out with absolutely nothing. No money, no land, absolutely nothing. And not able to borrow, lease, or have any loans. And we got land, we got a tractor, we got a spreader, we got a cultivator. We got a tent, and we got Sam, and we got $3,500 in the bank account. And we got soybeans that I can't do a darn thing with. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to wrap it up for today. Like I said, not too bad for the first day. We got 2 tractors in the sale that I technically could use on the farm. It's just a matter of getting the money up there. But somebody did say somewhere around 50 fish. So releasing 12 more fish, I may get a $20,000 bonus there. Which is basically half of the tractors. So maybe it's something we can work on tomorrow. In the sale page, though, that Deutz, that was there at the beginning. So that's going to disappear relatively soon. This just showed up. So that's going to be there for the rest of the month. I did kind of say I didn't want to jump right up to like the biggest tractor we could have. But at the same time, it's hard to not want to get a tractor while it's staring you in the face. If I were to get the tractor the way I wanted to, what's the biggest tires we can go with here. You know me, I like my wide tires. So it's going to be like about 50,000. Reverse driving I wouldn't care about. Maybe just got to kind of keep it simple. I could upgrade it later on. But I would have to downgrade the engine because it was like 230 at the beginning. And nothing over 200 horsepower. But yeah, I think I'm going to jump out of here. I'll be back tomorrow, right back here on Pichonniere Valley. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that. Pichonniere. Something like that. It's in the title. Read it yourself. Figure out where I'm at. But it's a map by Black Sheep Modding, by the way, which came up about 3 weeks ago. Should be available on all platforms. But we'll be back tomorrow, starting right where we left off here. And yeah, I'll have to think a little bit more of where I want to proceed going through the rest of the month. But I think maybe a little bit of fishing, see if I can get the $20,000 bonus. And maybe try to get that tractor, because then we could really get some, implements wouldn't matter. Well, again, it does matter. It can't use anything over 200 horsepower, so it does matter which ones we get. But we can really start doing some more work here. And by getting a second tractor, I can have one of the Franks doing work while we do work, some more money coming on in. Not too bad. But yeah, I got to figure, and then we just thought the land's not that cheap, but it's not that expensive. So if I want to start farming here in the springtime, yeah, we're going to have to get some money on in. But anyways, going to jump out of here. If you haven't done so already, hit the like button. It helps me out more, And if you're kind of new here, that subscribe button as well would be grateful. But yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. Again, I did release an episode of Shamburgo earlier today. I got a post. It should be an episode of City Skylines going out tomorrow. And channel members, you have access to the Shamburgo episode already going out on Wednesday. But yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow, right here on this particular map. And we'll continue our journey of getting a chicken farm where we can make some mayonnaise. That's kind of the initial goal here. That's what we're aiming for. But I appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow on Tuesday. But until then, have a good one.